Tonight, some stories begin with things that seem small and easily forgotten. A life that looks simple, yet holds more than we ever see. A voice that others laugh at, yet understands more than anyone else. A love, quiet, unchosen, and slowly lost to something brighter but less true. And a heart that gives even when it has nothing left. Some things shine, some fade, but not everything that is lost is without meaning. So just listen and let these quiet, gentle, and deeply human stories carry you into sleep. Ib and Little Christina in the forest that extends from the banks of the Gudenau in North Jutland, a long way into the country, and not far from the clear stream rises a great ridge of land which stretches through the wood like a wall. Westward of this ridge, and not far from the river, stands a farmhouse surrounded by such poor land that the sandy soil shows itself between the scanty ears of rye and wheat which grow in it. Some years have passed since the people who lived here cultivated these fields. They kept 3 sheep, a pig, and 2 oxen. In fact, they maintained themselves very well. They had quite enough to live upon, as people generally have who are content with their lot. They even could have afforded to keep 2 horses, but it was a saying among the farmers in those parts, "The horse eats himself up." That is to say, he eats as much as he earns. Jeppe Jans cultivated his fields in summer, and in the winter he made wooden shoes. He also had an assistant, a lad who understood as well as he himself did how to make wooden shoes strong, but light and in the fashion. They carved shoes and spoons, which paid well. Therefore, no one could justly call Jeppe Jans and his family poor people. Little Ib, a boy of 7 years old, and the only child, would sit by watching the workmen or cutting a stick, and sometimes his finger instead of the stick. But one day, Ib succeeded so well in his carving that he made 2 pieces of wood look really like 2 little wooden shoes, and he determined to give them as a present to Little Christina. And who was Little Christina? She was the boatman's daughter, graceful and delicate as the child of a gentleman. Had she been dressed differently, no one would have believed that she lived in a hut on the neighboring heath with her father. He was a widower and earned his living by carrying firewood in his large boat from the forest to the eel pond and eel weir on the estate of Silkeborg, and sometimes even to the distant town of Randers. There was no one under whose care he could leave Little Christina. so she was almost always with him in his boat, or playing in the wood among the blossoming heath, or picking the ripe, wild berries. Sometimes, when her father had to go as far as the town, he would take little Christina, who was a year younger than Ib, across the heath to the cottage of Jeppe Jans, and leave her there. Ib and Christina agreed together in everything. They divided their bread and berries when they were hungry. They were partners in digging their little gardens. They ran and crept and played about everywhere. Once they wandered a long way into the forest and even ventured together to climb the high ridge. Another time, they found a few snipes' eggs in the wood, which was a great event. Ib had never been on the heath where Christina's father lived, nor on the river. But at last came an opportunity. Christina's father invited him to go for a sail in his boat, and the evening before, he accompanied the boatman across the heath to his house. The next morning, early, the two children were placed on the top of a high pile of firewood in the boat and sat eating bread and wild strawberries, while Christina's father and his man drove the boat forward with poles. They floated on swiftly, for the tide was in their favor, passing over lakes formed by the stream in its course. Sometimes they seemed quite enclosed by reeds and water plants, yet there was always room for them to pass out. Although the old trees overhung the water, and the old oaks stretched out their bare branches as if they had turned up their sleeves and wished to show their knotty, naked arms. Old alder trees, whose roots were loosened from the banks, clung with their fibers to the bottom of the stream, and the tops of the branches above the water looked like little woody islands. The water lilies waved themselves to and fro on the river. Everything made the excursion beautiful, and at last they came to the great eel weir, where the water rushed through the floodgates, and the children thought this a beautiful sight. In those days, there was no factory, nor any townhouse. Nothing but the great farm, with its scanty bearing fields, in which could be seen a few herd of cattle and one or two farm laborers. The rushing of the water through the sluices and the scream of the wild ducks were almost the only signs of active life at Silkeborg. After the firewood had been unloaded, Christina's father bought a whole bundle of eels and a sucking pig, which were all placed in a basket in the stern of the boat. Then they returned again up the stream, and as the wind was favorable, 2 sails were hoisted, which carried the boat on, as well as if 2 horses had been harnessed to it. As they sailed on, they came by chance to the place where the boatman's assistant lived, at a little distance from the bank of the river. The boat was moored, and the 2 men, after desiring the children to sit still, both went on shore. They obeyed this order for a very short time, and then forgot it altogether. First, they peeped into the basket containing the eels and the sucking pig. Then they must needs pull out the pig and take it in their hands and feel it and touch it. And as they both wanted to hold it at the same time, the consequence was that they let it fall into the water, and the pig sailed away with the stream. Here was a terrible disaster. Ib jumped ashore and ran a little distance from the boat. "Oh, take me with you," cried Christina, and she sprang after him. In a few minutes, they found themselves deep in a thicket and could no longer see the boat or the shore. They ran on a little farther, and then Christina fell down and began to cry. Ib helped her up and said, "Never mind, follow me. Yonder is the house." But the house was not yonder, and they wandered still farther over the dry, rustling leaves of the last year, and treading on fallen branches that crackled under their little feet. Then they heard a loud, piercing cry, and they stood still to listen. Presently, the scream of an eagle sounded through the wood. It was an ugly cry, and it frightened the children. But before them, in the thickest part of the forest, grew the most beautiful blackberries in wonderful quantities. They looked so inviting that the children could not help stopping, and they remained there so long eating that their mouths and cheeks became quite black with the juice. Presently, they heard the frightful scream again, and Christina said, "We shall get into trouble about that pig." "Oh, never mind," said Ib. "We will go home to my father's house. It is here in the wood." So they went on, but the road led them out of the way. No house could be seen. It grew dark, and the children were afraid. The solemn stillness that reigned around them was now and then broken by the shrill cries of the great horned owl and other birds that they knew nothing of. At last, they both lost themselves in the thicket. Christina began to cry, and then Ib cried too. And after weeping and lamenting for some time, they stretched themselves down on the dry leaves and fell asleep. The sun was high in the heavens when the 2 children woke. They felt cold, but not far from their resting place, on a hill, the sun was shining through the trees. They thought if they went there, they should be warm, and Ib fancied he should be able to see his father's house from such a high spot. But they were far away from home now, in quite another part of the forest. They clambered to the top of the rising ground and found themselves on the edge of a declivity, which sloped down to a clear, transparent lake. Great quantities of fish could be seen through the clear water sparkling in the sun's rays. They were quite surprised when they came so suddenly upon such an unexpected sight. Close to where they stood grew a hazel bush covered with beautiful nuts. They soon gathered some, cracked them, and ate the fine young kernels, which were only just ripe. But there was another surprise and fright in store for them. Out of the thicket stepped a tall old woman, her face quite brown and her hair of a deep, shining black. The whites of her eyes glittered like a Moor's. On her back she carried a bundle, and in her hand a knotted stick. She was a gypsy. The children did not at first understand what she said. She drew out of her pocket 3 large nuts, in which she told them were hidden the most beautiful and lovely things in the world, for they were wishing nuts. Ib looked at her, and as she spoke so kindly, he took courage and asked her if she would give him the nuts. And the woman gave them to him, and then gathered some more from the bushes for herself, quite a pocket full. Ib and Christina looked at the wishing nuts with wide open eyes. "Is there in this nut a carriage with a pair of horses?" asked Ib. "Yes, there is a golden carriage with 2 golden horses," replied the woman. "Then give me that nut," said Christina. So Ib gave it to her, and the strange woman tied up the nut for her in her handkerchief. Ib held up another nut. "Is there in this nut a pretty little neckerchief like the one Christina has on her neck?" asked Ib. "There are 10 neckerchiefs in it," she replied, "as well as beautiful dresses, stockings, and a hat and veil." "Then I will have that one also," said Christina. "And it is a pretty one, too." And then Ib gave her the second nut. The third was a little black thing. "You may keep that one," said Christina. "It is quite as pretty." "What is in it?" asked Ib. "The best of all things for you," replied the gypsy. So Ib held the nut very tight. Then the woman promised to lead the children to the right path, that they might find their way home, and they went forward, certainly, in quite another direction to the one they meant to take. Therefore, no one ought to speak against the woman and say that she wanted to steal the children. In the wild wood path, they met a forester who knew Ib, and by his help, Ib and Christina reached home, where they found everyone had been very anxious about them. They were pardoned and forgiven, although they really had both done wrong and deserved to get into trouble. First, because they had let the sucking pig fall into the water, and secondly, because they had run away. Christina was taken back to her father's house on the heath, and Ib remained in the farmhouse on the borders of the wood near the great land ridge. The first thing Ib did that evening was to take out of his pocket the little black nut in which the best thing of all was said to be enclosed. He laid it carefully between the door and the doorpost, and then shut the door so that the nut cracked directly. But there was not much kernel to be seen. It was what we should call hollow or worm-eaten, and looked as if it had been filled with tobacco or rich black earth. "It is just what I expected," exclaimed Ib. "How should there be room in a little nut like this for the best thing of all? Christina will find her 2 nuts just the same. There will be neither fine clothes or a golden carriage in them." Winter came, and the new year, many years passed away, until Ib was old enough to be confirmed, and therefore he went during a whole winter to the clergyman of the nearest village to be prepared. One day, about this time, the boatman paid a visit to Ib's parents and told them that Christina was going to service, and that she had been remarkably fortunate in obtaining a good place with most respectable people. "Only think," he said, "she is going to the rich innkeepers at the hotel in Herning, many miles west from here. She is to assist the landlady in the housekeeping, and if afterwards she behaves well and remains to be confirmed, the people will treat her as their own daughter." So Ib and Christina took leave of each other. People already called them the betrothed, and at parting, the girl showed Ib the 2 nuts which she had taken care of ever since the time that they lost themselves in the wood. And she told him also that the little wooden shoes he once carved for her when he was a boy, and gave her as a present, had been carefully kept in a drawer ever since. And so they parted. After Ib's confirmation, he remained at home with his mother, for he had become a clever shoemaker, and in summer managed the farm for her quite alone. His father had been dead some time, and his mother kept no farm servants. Sometimes, but very seldom, he heard of Christina through a postilion or eel seller who was passing. But she was well off with the rich innkeeper. And after being confirmed, she wrote a letter to her father, in which was a kind message to Ib and his mother. In this letter, she mentioned that her master and mistress had made her a present of a beautiful new dress and some nice underclothes. This was, of course, pleasant news. One day in the following spring, there came a knock at the door of the house where Ib's old mother lived. And when they opened it, lo and behold, in stepped the boatman and Christina. She had come to pay them a visit and to spend the day. A carriage had to come from the Herning Hotel to the next village, and she had taken the opportunity to see her friends once more. She looked as elegant as a real lady and wore a pretty dress beautifully made on purpose for her. There she stood in full dress, while Ib wore only his working clothes. He could not utter a word. He could only seize her hand and hold it fast in his own, but he felt too happy and glad to open his lips. Christina, however, was quite at her ease. She talked and talked and kissed him in the most friendly manner. Even afterwards, when they were left alone and she asked, "Did you know me again, Ib?" He still stood holding her hand and said at last, "You are become quite a grand lady, Christina, and I am only a rough working man. But I have often thought of you and of old times." Then they wandered up the great ridge and looked across the stream to the heath, where the little hills were covered with the flowering broom. Ib said nothing, but before the time came for them to part, it became quite clear to him that Christina must be his wife, had they not even in childhood been called the betrothed. To him, it seemed as if they were really engaged to each other, although not a word had been spoken on the subject. They had only a few more hours to remain together, for Christina was obliged to return that evening to the neighboring village to be ready for the carriage, which was to start the next morning, early for Herning. Ib and her father accompanied her to the village. It was a fine moonlight evening, and when they arrived, Ib stood holding Christina's hand in his, as if he could not let her go. His eyes brightened, and the words he uttered came with hesitation from his lips, but from the deepest recesses of his heart. "Christina, if you have not become too grand, and if you can be contented to live in my mother's house as my wife, we will be married someday. But we can wait for a while." "Oh, yes," she replied. Let us wait a little longer, Ib. I can trust you, for I believe that I do love you. But let me think it over." Then he kissed her lips, and so they parted. On the way home, Ib told the boatman that he and Christina were as good as engaged to each other. And the boatman found out that he had always expected it would be so, and went home with Ib that evening and remained the night in the farmhouse. But nothing further was said of the engagement. During the next year, 2 letters passed between Ib and Christina. They were signed, "Faithful till death." But at the end of that time, one day, the boatman came over to see Ib with a kind greeting from Christina. He had something else to say, which made him hesitate in a strange manner. At last, it came out that Christina, who had grown a very pretty girl, was more lucky than ever. She was courted and admired by everyone. But her master's son, who had been home on a visit, was so much pleased with Christina that he wished to marry her. He had a very good situation in an office at Copenhagen, and as she had also taken a liking for him, his parents were not unwilling to consent. But Christina in her heart often thought of Ib and knew how much he thought of her. So she felt inclined to refuse. This good fortune, added the boatman. At first, Ib said not a word, but he became as white as the wall and shook his head gently. And then he spoke. Christina must not refuse this good fortune. Then will you write a few words to her? Said the boatman. Ib sat down to write, but he could not get on at all. The words were not what he wished to say, so he tore up the page. The following morning, however, a letter lay ready to be sent to Christina, and the following is what he wrote. The letter written by you to your father I have read, and see from it that you are prosperous in everything, and that still better fortune is in store for you. Ask your own heart, Christina, and think over carefully what awaits you if you take me for your husband, for I possess very little in the world. Do not think of me or of my position. Think only of your own welfare. You are bound to me by no promises, and if in your heart you have given me one, I release you from it. May every blessing and happiness be poured out upon you, Christina. Heaven will give me the heart's consolation. Ever your sincere friend, Ib. This letter was sent, and Christina received it in due time. In the course of the following November, her banns were published in the church on the heath, and also in Copenhagen, where the bridegroom lived. She was taken to Copenhagen, under the protection of her future mother-in-law, because the bridegroom could not spare time from his numerous occupations for a journey so far into Jutland. On the journey, Christina met her father at one of the villages through which they passed, and here he took leave of her. Very little was said about the matter to Ib, and he did not refer to it. His mother, however, noticed that he had grown very silent and pensive. Thinking as he did of old times, no wonder the 3 nuts came into his mind, which the gypsy woman had given him when a child, and of the 2 which he had given to Christina. These wishing nuts, after all, had proved true fortune-tellers. One had contained a gilded carriage and noble horses, and the other beautiful clothes. All of these Christina would now have in her new home at Copenhagen. Her part had come true. And for him, the nut had contained only black earth. The gypsy woman had said it was the best for him. Perhaps it was, and this also would be fulfilled. He understood the gypsy woman's meaning now. The black earth, the dark grave, was the best thing for him now. Again, years passed away. Not many, but they seemed long years to Ib. The old innkeeper and his wife died one after the other, and the whole of their property, many $1,000s, was inherited by their son. Christina could have the golden carriage now, and plenty of fine clothes. During the 2 long years which followed, no letter came from Christina to her father. And when at last her father received one from her, it did not speak of prosperity or happiness. Poor Christina. Neither she nor her husband understood how to economize or save, and the riches brought no blessing with them, because they had not asked for it. Years passed, and for many summers the heath was covered with bloom. In winter, the snow rested upon it, and the rough winds blew across the ridge under which stood Ib's sheltered home. One spring day, the sun shone brightly, and he was guiding the plow across his field. The plowshare struck against something which he fancied was a firestone, and then he saw, glittering in the earth, a splinter of shining metal, which the plow had cut from something which gleamed brightly in the furrow. He searched and found a large golden armlet of superior workmanship, and it was evident that the plow had disturbed a Hun's grave. He searched further and found more valuable treasures, which Ib showed to the clergyman, who explained their value to him. Then he went to the magistrate, who informed the president of the Museum of the Discovery, and advised Ib to take the treasures himself to the president. "You have found in the earth the best thing you could find," said the magistrate. "The best thing," thought Ib. "The very best thing for me, and found in the earth. Well, if it really is so, then the gypsy woman was right in her prophecy." So Ib went in the ferry boat from Aarhus to Copenhagen. To him who had only sailed once or twice on the river near his own home, this seemed like a voyage on the ocean. And at length he arrived at Copenhagen. The value of the gold he had found was paid to him. It was a large sum, $600. Then Ib of the Heath went out and wandered about in the great city. On the evening before the day, he had settled to return with the captain of the passage boat. Ib lost himself in the streets and took quite a different turning to the one he wished to follow. He wandered on till he found himself in a poor street of the suburb called Christian's Haven. Not a creature could be seen. At last, a very little girl came out of one of the wretched-looking houses, and Ib asked her to tell him the way to the street he wanted. She looked up timidly at him and began to cry bitterly. He asked her what was the matter, but what she said he could not understand. So he went along the street with her, and as they passed under a lamp, the light fell on the little girl's face. A strange sensation came over Ib as he caught sight of it. The living, breathing embodiment of little Christina stood before him, just as he remembered her in the days of her childhood. He followed the child to the wretched house and ascended the narrow, crazy staircase, which led to a little garret in the roof. The air in the room was heavy and stifling. No light was burning, and from one corner came sounds of moaning and sighing. It was the mother of the child who lay there on a miserable bed. With the help of a match, Ib struck a light and approached her. "Can I be of any service to you?" he asked. "This little girl brought me up here, but I am a stranger in this city. Are there no neighbors or anyone whom I can call?" Then he raised the head of the sick woman and smoothed her pillow. He started as he did so. It was Christina of the Heath. No one had mentioned her name to Ib for years. It would have disturbed his peace of mind, especially as the reports respecting her were not good. The wealth which her husband had inherited from his parents had made him proud and arrogant. He had given up his certain appointment and traveled for 6 months in foreign lands, and on his return had lived in great style and got into terrible debt. For a time, he had trembled on the high pedestal on which he had placed himself, till at last he toppled over, and ruin came. His numerous, merry companions and the visitors at his table said it served him right, for he had kept house like a madman. One morning, his corpse was found in the canal. The cold hand of death had already touched the heart of Christina. Her youngest child, looked for in the midst of prosperity, had sunk into the grave when only a few weeks old. And at last, Christina herself became sick unto death, and lay forsaken and dying in a miserable room amid poverty she might have borne in her younger days, but which was now more painful to her from the luxuries to which she had lately been accustomed. It was her eldest child, also a little Christina, whom Ib had followed to her home, where she suffered hunger and poverty with her mother. It makes me unhappy to think that I shall die and leave this poor child, sighed she. Oh, what will become of her? She could say no more. Then Ib brought out another match and lighted a piece of candle which he found in the room, and it threw a glimmering light over the wretched dwelling. Ib looked at the little girl and thought of Christina in her young days. For her sake, could he not love this child who was a stranger to him? As he thus reflected, the dying woman opened her eyes and gazed at him. Did she recognize him? He never knew, for not another word escaped her lips. In the forest by the river, Gudenau not far from the heath, and beneath the ridge of land, stood the little farm newly painted and whitewashed. The air was heavy and dark. There were no blossoms on the heath. The autumn winds whirled the yellow leaves towards the boatman's hut in which strangers dwelt. But the little farm stood safely sheltered beneath the tall trees and the high ridge. The turf blazed brightly on the hearth, and within was sunlight, the sparkling light from the sunny eyes of a child. The bird-like tones from the rosy lips ringing like the song of a lark in spring. All was life and joy. Little Christina sat on Ib's knee. Ib was to her both father and mother. Her own parents had vanished from her memory, as a dream picture vanishes alike from childhood and age. Ib's house was well and prettily furnished, for he was a prosperous man now, while the mother of the little girl rested in the churchyard at Copenhagen, where she had died in poverty. Ib had money now, money which had come to him out of the black earth. And he had Christina for his own, after all. A string of pearls. The railroad in Denmark still extends only from Copenhagen to Korsør. It is a string of pearls. Europe has a wealth of these pearls. Its most costly are named Paris, London, Vienna, Naples. And yet, many a man will point out as his favorite pearl not one of these great cities, but rather some little country town that is still the home of homes, to him, the home of those dearest to him. Yes, often it is not a town at all, but a single homestead, a little house hidden among green hedges, a place hardly visible as the train speeds by. How many pearls are there on the line from Copenhagen to Korsør? We will consider just 6 which most people must notice. Old memories and poetry itself give a luster to these pearls, so that they shine in our thoughts. Near the hill, where stands the palace of Frederick VI, the home of Eulenschläger's childhood. One of these pearls glistens, sheltered by Søndermarken's woody ground. It used to be called the cottage of Philemon and Baucis. Here lived Rabeck and his wife, Kama. Here under their hospitable roof assembled many of the generation's finest intellects from busy Copenhagen. It was the festival home of the intellectual. Now don't say, "Ah, what a change." No, it is still the home of the intellect, a conservatory for sick plants, for buds which do not have the strength to unfold their true beauty of color and form, or show the blossoming and fruit-bearing which is hidden within them. The insane asylum, surrounded by human love, is truly a spot of holiness, a hospital for the sick plants that shall someday be transplanted to bloom in the paradise of God. The weakest minds are assembled now here, where once the strongest and keenest met to exchange thoughts and ideas, but still the flame of generosity mounts heavenward from the cottage of Philemon and Baucis. Ancient Roskilde, the burial town of kings by Hroar's spring, now lies before us. The slender towers of the church lift up above the low town and mirror themselves in Isefjord. Only one grave shall we seek here. It is not that of the mighty Queen Margrethe. No, within the white-walled churchyard, which we speed close by, is the grave, and over it lays a small plain stone. the master of the organ, the reviver of the old Danish romances, rests here. We recall the clear waves rolled, and there dwelt a king in Leira, Roskilde burial place of kings. In your pearl we see the insignificant gravestone whereon is cut a lyre, and the name was. Now we reach Sigersted, near the town of Ringsted. The bed of the river is low here. Yellow corn waves over the spot where Hagbarth's boat lay at anchor, not far from Signa's maiden bower. Who does not know the legend of Hagbarth, who was hanged on the oak tree while the bower of Signa burst into flames? Who can forget that legend of immortal love, beautiful sorrow, encircled by woods? Your quiet old cloistered town peeps out through its mossy trees. The keen eyes of youth from the academy can look across the lake toward the world's highway and hear the roar of the locomotive's dragon as it speeds through the woods. Sorrow pearl of poetry, you are guarding the dust of Holberg. Your palace of learning stands beside the deep woodland lake like a great white swan, and nearby, like the bright star flower of the woods, there gleams a tiny cottage whence pious hymns echo throughout the land. Words are spoken within, and the peasant listens and learns of Denmark's bygone days. As the song of the bird is to the greenwood, so is Ingemann to sorrow. Unto the town of Slagelse. What is mirrored here in this pearl's luster? Gone forever is the cloister of Antorskov, be Antvorskov. Vanished are the rich halls of the castle, even the last remaining wing. Yet one relic of olden times still lingers here, the wooden cross on the hill. It has been repaired again and again, for it marks the spot where legend tells us Saint Anders, holy priest of Slagelse, awoke after having been brought there from Jerusalem in a single night. Corsor, birthplace of Bagason, master of words and wit. The ruined old ramparts of the fallen fortress are now the last visible witness of your childhood home. Their lengthening sunset shadows point to the spot where stood the house in which you were born. From these hills you looked toward Sprogo and sang in undying verse. Nowhere have roses so red a hue, and nowhere are feathers so light and so blue. Nowhere the thorns so daintily grown as those to childhood innocence known. Humorous, charming singer, we shall weave for thee a garland of woodbine and fling it into the lake, so that the current may bear it to the coast of Kielerfjord, where your ashes rest. The tide shall bring you a greeting from the new generation, a greeting from your birthplace, Korsor, where I drop my string of pearls. That's quite right. A string of pearls does stretch from Copenhagen to Korsor, said grandmother when she had heard this read aloud. It's a string of pearls for me now, as it was more than 40 years ago. We had no railroad then. We spent days on a trip that can now be made in as many hours. That was in 1815, and I was 21. That is a charming age. Although to be up in the 60s, that is also a wonderful age. In my young days, it was a much rarer event than it is now to come to Copenhagen, which we considered the town of all towns. My parents hadn't visited it for 20 years, but at last they were going, and I was going with them. We had talked about that journey for years before, and now it was actually coming true. It seemed as though a new life were beginning for me. And really, in a way, a new life did begin for me. There was such a bustle of sewing and packing. And when at last we were ready to start, such a crowd of friends came to bid us farewell. It was a long journey we had ahead of us. Shortly before noon, we drove out of Odense in my parents' Holstein carriage, and our friends waved to us from the windows all the way down the street till we passed through St. Jorgen's Gate. The weather was beautiful. The birds sang, and everything was joyful. We forgot what a long and tiresome road it was to Nyborg. We reached it toward evening, but the little sailing vessel had to wait for the mail, which didn't arrive until night. Then we got on board, and as far as we could see, the wide, smooth waters lay before us. We lay down and went to sleep in our clothes. When I awoke and came on deck next morning, I could see nothing at all. A heavy fog covered everything. When I heard the cocks crowing, I knew it must be sunrise. Bells were ringing, but I didn't know where. Then the mood lifted, and we found we were still lying very close to Nyborg. Later in the day, a wind came up, but it was against us. We tacked back and forth, and at last were lucky enough to reach Korsor by a little past 11 that night, having spent 22 hours to go 16 miles. It was good to get ashore, but it was dark. The lamps were weak, and it all seemed very strange to me, who had never been in any other town but Odense. "Look," said my father, "Bagazin was born there and Berkner lived in that house. When I heard that somehow the dark old town with its narrow little streets seemed to grow larger and brighter, and we were so glad to feel solid earth under our feet. There was no sleep for me that night, for I was so excited over all that I had seen and heard since I had left home the day before. Next morning, we had to leave early. There was a terrible road ahead of us, with great bumps and holes as far as Slagelse, and not much better from there on, and we wanted to get to the Crab Inn early, so that on the same day we could reach Sora and visit the Möller's Emil, as we called him then. Yes, he was your grandfather, my late husband, the dean. He was a student at Sora then, and had just passed his second examination. That afternoon, we reached the Crab Inn, which was a gallant place. At that time, the very best inn on the whole trip, with the prettiest country around it. Yes, but you must all admit that it still is. Madame Plambeck was an industrious hostess, and everything in her house was as smoothly scoured as a larding board. On the wall, they had framed under glass Bagason's letter to her. It was indeed worth seeing, and I greatly enjoyed looking at it. Then he went to Sora and found Emil there. You can imagine how glad we were to see him, and he to see us. He was so thoughtful and charming. He took us to see the church and the graves of Absalon and Holberg. He inspected the old monkish inscriptions with us and sailed with us across the lake to Parnasset. It was the most wonderful evening. I remember I was thinking that to become a poet, one had only to come to Sora and meditate among those lovely, peaceful scenes. By moonlight, we followed the Philosopher's Walk, as it's called, the wonderful and lonely little path beside the lake that joins the highway near the Crab Inn. Emile stayed for supper with us, and my father and my mother declared he had grown so sensible and looked so well. It was almost Whitsuntide, and he promised that in a few days he would be in Copenhagen to join us and his family. Ah, those few hours in Sora and at the Crab Inn I count among the choicest pearls of my life. Next morning, we again started very early, for we had a long trip to Roskilde, where we wanted to see the church, and Father wanted to visit an old school friend that evening. We spent that night in Roskilde, and reached Copenhagen by noon the next day. So we had spent about 3 days on a journey that can now be made in 3 hours, Korsør to Copenhagen. The pearls on that way have not grown more costly. That could never be. But the string is new and wonderful. I stayed with my parents in Copenhagen for 3 weeks. Emil was with us for 18 whole days, and when we returned to Funen, he went with us as far as Korsør. There, before we parted, we were betrothed. So it is no wonder I should call the road from Copenhagen to Korsør a string of pearls. Afterwards, when Emil received his post at Assens, we were married. We often talked about that journey to Copenhagen and intended doing it again, but then your mother came along, and after her came her brothers and sisters, and with all of them there was so much to do and take care of. Then your grandfather was promoted and made a dean. Yes, everything was happiness and joy. But we never got to Copenhagen again. No, I have never been there since, though we often thought and talked about it. Now I'm much too old to travel by rail, but still, I'm right glad there is a railway. It's a real blessing, because it brings you young ones to me more quickly. Nowadays, Odense is hardly farther from Copenhagen than in my youth it was from Nyborg. You can speed to Italy in the time it took us to reach Copenhagen. Yes, that is certainly something. It doesn't matter that I just sit here always. Let the others travel, so long as they sometimes travel to me. And you needn't laugh at me, you young people, for sitting so still here day after day. I have really a wonderful journey ahead of me. I shall soon have to travel at a speed far greater than the railways. For when our Lord calls me, I shall go to join your grandfather. And when you have completed your work on this dear earth, you too will join us. And then, if we talk over the days of our mortal life, believe me, dear children, I shall say then, as I do now, from Copenhagen to Korsør is a perfect string of pearls. The Jewish girl, among the other children in the charity school, was a little Jewish girl, clever and good, in fact, the brightest of them all. But there was one class she could not attend, the one where religion was taught, for she was in a Christian school. During the hour of this class, she had her geography book before her to study, or did her arithmetic, but the lessons were quickly learned. And then, though the book might still be open before her, She did not read from it. She listened. And the teacher soon noticed that she listened more intently than any of the rest. "Study your book," said the teacher gently yet earnestly. But she looked back at him with her black, eager eyes, and when he put his questions to her, as well as the rest, he found she knew more than all the others. She had listened, understood, and kept his words. Her father was a poor but honest man, and when he first brought her to the school, he had given instructions that she should not be taught the Christian faith, but to send her from the room during the scripture lesson might have given offense and raised various thoughts in the minds of the other children in the class, and so she remained. But this could not go on any longer. So the teacher went to her father and explained that he must either take his daughter away from the school or consent to her becoming a Christian. "I cannot bear to see those burning eyes, that sincere yearning, thirst of the soul, so to speak, after the words of the gospel," he said. Then her father burst into tears. "I know very little, myself, of our own faith," he replied. But her mother was a daughter of Israel, strong and steadfast in her faith, and on her deathbed, I promised her that our child should never receive Christian baptism. That promise I must keep, for to me it is like a pact with God. So the little Jewish girl was taken away from the Christian school. Years had passed. In a humble household in one of the smallest provincial towns of Jutland, there was a maidservant, a poor girl of the Jewish faith. This was Sarah. Her hair was as black as ebony, and her eyes were dark, yet full of brilliant light, such eyes as you see among the daughters of the East. And the expression in the face of the grown-up girl was still that of the child who sat on the schoolroom bench, listening with eager and wistful eyes. Every Sunday, the sound of the organ and the singing of the congregation sounded from the church, and the tones floated across the street and into the house where the Jewish girl attended diligently and faithfully to her work. "Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy," was her law. But her Sabbath was a day of labor to Christians, and only in her heart could she keep it holy. And that she believed was not enough. But then the thought came to her soul, what do days and hours matter in the sight of God? And on the Sunday of the Christians, she had her own undisturbed hour of devotion. Then, if the sound of the organ and the singing came across to her as she stood behind the sink in the kitchen, even this became a quiet and consecrated spot. Then she would read the treasure and property of her own people, the Old Testament, and that alone, for she kept deep in her heart what her father had told the teacher and herself when she was taken from the school. The promise he had made to her dying mother that Sarah should not be baptized nor forsake the faith of her fathers. The New Testament was and would forever remain a sealed book to her. And yet she knew much of it, for it shone through the memories of her childhood. One evening, she was sitting in a corner of the living room while her master read aloud. She allowed herself to listen, for this was not the gospel. No, he was reading from an old storybook, so she could remain. The master read to them of a Hungarian knight who was taken captive by a Turkish pasha and yoked with oxen to the plow. He was driven with lashes of the whip and suffered pain and thirst almost beyond endurance. But at home, his wife sold her jewels and mortgaged their castle and lands, while friends contributed large sums to help raise the almost unbelievable amount of money that was demanded as ransom. This finally was collected, and he was delivered from slavery and disgrace. Sick and suffering, he returned home. But soon there resounded over the countryside the summons to a crusade against the foe of Christianity. The sick man heard the call and could have neither peace nor rest any longer. They had to lift him on his war horse. Then the blood rushed again to his cheeks. His strength seemed to return, and he rode forth to victory. The very pasha who had made him suffer pain and humiliation, yoked to the plow, became his captive. He was taken home to the castle dungeon, but before he had been there an hour, the knight came to him and asked his prisoner, "What do you think now awaits you?" "I know," replied the Turk. "Retribution." "Yes, the retribution of a Christian," said the knight. "The teachings of Christ tell us to forgive our enemies and love our fellow men. God is love. Go in peace to your home and loved ones, and be gentle and good to all who suffer." Then the prisoner burst into tears. "How could I have believed such a thing possible?" he cried. "I was certain I would have to suffer shame and torture, hence I took poison, and within a few hours I shall die. There is no remedy. But before I die, teach me the faith which is so full of such love and mercy. It is great and divine. In that faith, let me die. Let me die a Christian. And his request was granted him. That was the legend, the story that was read to them. All listened to it with close attention, but it sank deepest into the heart of her who sat in the corner, the servant maid, Sarah the Jewess. Large tears stood in her sparkling coal-black eyes while she sat there as years ago on the school bench and felt the greatness of the gospel. The tears rolled down her cheeks. Let not my child become a Christian. Her mother's dying words rang through her soul with those of the law. Honor thy father and thy mother. Still, I have not been baptized. They call me the Jewess. The boys of the neighborhood mocked me last Sunday as I stood outside the church door and looked in at the burning altar lights and the singing congregation. Ever since my school days, up to this very hour, the power of Christianity, which is like a sunbeam, and which, no matter how much I close my eyes, penetrates into my heart. But my mother, I will not bring you sorrow in your grave. I will not betray the promise my father made to you. I will not read the Christian's Bible. Have I not the God of my fathers? On him let me rest my head. And the years rolled by. The husband died, and the wife was left in difficult circumstances. The servant girl had to be dismissed, but Sarah would not leave the widow. She became her help in time of trouble and kept the little household together. She worked late every night, and by the labor of her own hands got bread for the house. There were no close relatives to help a family where the widow grew weaker each day, lingering for months on a sick bed. Gentle and good, Sarah watched and nursed and labored and was the blessing of the poverty-stricken home. There is the Bible, said the sick woman one evening. Read a little to me. The evening is so long, and I sadly need to hear the word of God. Sarah bowed her head, picked up the Bible, and folded her hands around it, opened it, and read aloud to the sick woman. Often the tears came into her eyes, but they shone more clearly, and the darkness lifted from her soul. Mother, your child shall not receive the baptism of the Christians, shall not be named in their communion. You have wished it, and I shall honor your wish. In this we are united here on earth, but above this is a greater union in God. He leads and guides us beyond death. I will pour water upon him that is thirsty, and floods upon the dry ground. Oh, I understand now. I do not know myself how I came to it. Through him it was, in him, Christ. And she trembled as she spoke the holy name. A baptism of fire streamed through her, stronger than her feeble frame could bear, and she sank down, more exhausted even than the sick woman whom she nursed. Poor Sarah, people said. She is worn out with labor and nursing. They took her to the charity hospital, and there she died, and thence she was carried to her grave. It was not to the graveyard of the Christians. That was not the place for a Jewish girl. No, outside by the wall they dug a grave for her. But God's sun, which shines upon the graves of the Christians, shines as well upon that of the Jewish girl. And the hymns, which are sung beside the Christian graves, sound also beside her grave outside the wall. And out there, too, reaches the promise. There is resurrection in Christ, in him, the Savior who said to his disciples, John truly baptized with water, but ye shall be baptized with the Holy Ghost. Clumsy Hans, out in the country, there was an old mansion where an old squire lived with his 2 sons, who were so witty that they thought themselves too clever for words. They decided to go out and propose to the king's daughter, which they were at liberty to do. For she had announced publicly that she would take for a husband the man who had the most to say for himself. The 2 brothers made their preparations for 8 days beforehand. That was all the time they had, but it was enough, for they had many accomplishments, and everyone knows how useful they can be. One of them knew the whole Latin dictionary by heart and the town's newspaper for 3 years, so well that he could repeat it backward or forward. The other had learned all the articles of law and knew what every alderman must know. Consequently, he was sure he could talk of governmental affairs, and besides this, he could embroider suspenders, for he was very gentle and also clever with his fingers. I shall win the princess, they both said, as their father gave each one of them a beautiful horse. The one who had memorized the dictionary and the newspapers had a coal-black horse, while the one who knew all about governmental affairs and could embroider had a milk-white one. Then they smeared the corners of their mouths with cod liver oil to make them more glib. all the servants assembled in the courtyard to watch them mount their horses. But just then, the third brother came up. For there were really three, although nobody paid much attention to the third because he was not so learned as the other two. In fact, everybody called him Clumsy Hans. "Where are you going in all your Sunday clothes?" he asked. "To the king's court to woo the princess. Haven't you heard what the king's drummer is proclaiming all over the country?" Then they told him about it. "Gracious," said Clumsy Hans, "I guess I'll go too." But his brothers only burst out laughing at him as they rode away. "Father," shouted Clumsy Hans, "let me have a horse. I feel like getting married too. If she takes me, she takes me. And if she doesn't take me, I'll take her anyway." "That's a lot of nonsense," replied his father. "You'll get no horse from me. Why, you don't know how to talk properly. Now your brothers are intelligent men. If I can't have a horse, I'll take the billy goat," said Clumsy Hans. "He belongs to me, and he can carry me very well." So he mounted the billy goat, dug his heels into its sides, and galloped off down the highway. "Alley-oop! What a ride, here I come," shouted Clumsy Hans, singing so loud that his voice was heard far away. But his two brothers rode quietly on ahead of him. They were not speaking a word to each other, for they were thinking about all the clever speeches they would have to make, and of course, these had to be carefully prepared and memorized beforehand. "Hello!" cried Clumsy Hans. "Here I come. Look what I found on the road." Then he showed them a dead crow he had picked up. "Clumsy," said the brothers. "What are you going to do with that?" "Why, I am going to give it to the princess." "Yes, you do that," they said, as they rode on laughing. "Hallo here, I come again. Just look what I've found. This time, you don't find things like this in the road every day." So the brothers turned around to see what it was this time. "Clumsy," they said. "That's just an old wooden shoe and the upper part's broken off anyway." "Is the princess going to have that too?" "She certainly is," replied Hans, and the brothers again laughed and rode on far in advance of him. "Hello, here I am again," shouted Clumsy Hans. "Now this is getting better and better. This is really something." "Well, what have you found this time?" asked the brothers. "Oh, I can't really tell you," Clumsy Hans said. "How pleased the princess will be." Said the brothers. "Why, it's nothing but mud out of the ditch." Yes, of course, said Clumsy Hans, but the very finest sort of mud. Look, it runs right through your fingers. Then he filled his pockets with it, but his brothers galloped on ahead as fast as they could. And so they arrived at the town gate a full hour ahead of Hans. At the gate, each suitor was given a numbered ticket, and as fast as they arrived, they were arranged in rows 6 to a row, packed together so tightly that they could not even move their arms. That was a wise plan, for otherwise they could have cut each other's backs to pieces just because one stood in front of another. All the inhabitants of the town stood around the castle, peering in through the windows to watch the princess receive her suitors. But as each young man came into the room, he became tongue-tied. "No good," said the princess. "Take him away." Now came the brother, who had memorized the dictionary, but he had completely forgotten it while standing in line. The floor creaked under his footsteps, and the ceiling was made of mirrors so that he could see himself standing on his head. And at each window stood 3 clerks and an alderman, writing down every word that was spoken so that it immediately could be printed in the newspapers and sold for 2 pennies on the street corners. It was a terrible ordeal, and besides, there were such fires in the stoves that the pipe was red hot. "It's terribly hot in here," said the suitor. "That's because my father is roasting chickens today," said the princess. "Bah!" There he stood. He was not ready for a speech of this kind, and hadn't a word to say, just when he wanted to say something extremely witty. "Bah, no good," said the princess. "Take him away." And consequently, he had to leave. Now the second brother approached. "It's dreadfully warm here," he said. "Yes, we're roasting chickens today," replied the princess. What did you... What?" he stammered, and all the clerks carefully wrote down, What did you... What? No good?" said the princess again. "Out with him." Now it was Clumsy Hans's turn, and he rode his billy goat right into the hall. "Terribly hot in here," he said. "I'm roasting young chickens," replied the princess. "Why, that's fine," said Clumsy Hans. "Then I suppose I can get my crow roasted." "That you can," said the princess. "But have you anything to roast it in? I haven't any pots or pans." "But I have," replied Clumsy Hans. "Here's a cooking pot with a tin handle." Then he pulled out the old wooden shoe and put the crow right into it. "Why, that's enough for a whole meal," said the princess. "But where do we get the sauce from?" "I have that in my pocket," replied Clumsy Hans. "In fact, I have so much I can afford to spill some of it." Then he poured a little of the mud from his pocket. "I like that," said the princess. "You have an answer for everything, and you know how to speak. I'll take you for my husband. But do you know that everything we've said and are saying is written down and will be published in the paper tomorrow? Look over there, and you'll see in each window 3 clerks and an old alderman. And that alderman is the worst of all. He doesn't understand anything." She said this only to frighten him, but all the clerks chuckled with delight and spurted blots of ink on the floor. "Oh, so these are the gentlemen," said Clumsy Hans. "Then I must give the alderman the best thing I have." Then he turned out his pockets and threw the wet mud in the face of the alderman. "Cleverly done," said the princess. "I could never have done that, but I'll learn in time." So Clumsy Hans was made a king with a wife and a crown, and sat on a throne. And we had this story straight from the alderman's newspaper. But that is one you can't always depend upon. The Moneybox, in a wide and cheerful nursery, where daylight often spilled through the curtains, and toys lay scattered like tiny monuments of a forgotten kingdom. There stood, upon the very top of a towering wardrobe, a clay figure in the shape of a pig. It was not an ordinary pig, mind you, but a money pig, a noble creation of the potter's art, baked to a rosy hue and polished until its rounded sides gleamed faintly in the sun. Upon its back was a narrow slit, carefully cut, through which pennies, shillings, and on fortunate occasions, even bright silver crown pieces had been dropped. So eager had its little owners been that the slit had been widened with a penknife, and now it could swallow coins of almost any size. Inside, the pig was full, so full that when gently shaken, it no longer rattled, which, as everyone knows, is the highest and proudest state a money pig can attain. From his lofty perch, he surveyed the nursery world below the rocking horse with his faded mane, the painted soldiers standing in stiff formation, the dolls with their bright yet lifeless eyes, and the wooden blocks stacked like ruined towers. To the pig, they were all trifles. He knew, oh, how well he knew, that within his round belly rested enough money to buy every toy in the room. And this thought filled him with a grave and swelling pride. He looked down upon them all as though he were a banker gazing from the window of his marble office upon the humble folk in the street. The other toys were not blind to his importance. They said nothing, of course, for it was not considered polite to mention such matters, but each felt it in silence. The big doll, for instance, still handsome though somewhat faded by years of play, lay half hidden in an open drawer of the cabinet. Her neck had been broken and carefully mended with glue, leaving a pale seam that she covered modestly with a ribbon. She looked out at the others and called in her high, pleasant voice, "Let us play at being men and women. That is something worth doing." This suggestion caused a ripple of excitement throughout the nursery. Even the old engravings hanging on the wall seemed to tremble within their frames, as if they too wished to join in the fun. They turned slightly, showing their gray, unpolished backs to the room, something they would never have done deliberately, for pictures like people prefer to show their best side. It was late, so late that the children of the house were fast asleep, but the full moon poured her silver light through the window panes, giving them a brightness that cost nothing at all. It was as the toy wagon said, light at a very cheap rate. Every toy that could move or speak was invited to join the game. Even the wagon, a rough and heavy thing, usually left for outdoor play, rolled forward proudly. "Each of us has value," it said in a deep wooden voice. "We cannot all be noblemen. Some must work, or else nothing will move." The money pig, being the highest and most dignified of them all, was the only one to receive a written invitation. A verbal message, the others thought, might seem disrespectful to such an eminent personage. The letter was written on a torn bit of picture book page, folded neatly and carried up by the jumping jack. When it reached him, the money pig nodded grandly and sent his reply through the same messenger. "If I am to take part," he said, "it must be from my own home. I do not descend. Arrange matters accordingly." So they did. The little toy theater was brought forward and positioned so that the pig from his high throne could look directly into it. The curtain, a scrap of old silk, was drawn. The stage lamps made of marbles wrapped in foil were lit. and the audience took their places. Some proposed beginning with a cheerful comedy, while others wished for a tea party and an intellectual discussion afterward. The decision was made to start with the discussion, for they felt it more dignified. The rocking horse spoke first, talking of races and the proper training of young riders. The wagon rumbled about railways and steam power, for such were matters of his craft. The clock upon the mantel chimed in with politics, ticking pompously, and declaring that he alone knew what time it truly was, though it was whispered behind his back that he often ran slow. The bamboo cane standing in the corner was too proud to speak. He only glimmered with vanity, polishing his silver top against his brass ferrule. Two embroidered cushions on the sofa sighed quietly, being too pretty and too foolish to think of anything to say. Then the play began. The little marionettes danced upon the stage, their painted faces gleaming under the candlelight. Every toy watched breathlessly. They were told to applaud when pleased, to stamp, to rattle, or to crack if delighted. "I only crack for the young and lively," said the riding whip disdainfully. "Old people bore me." "I crack for everyone," shouted the Christmas cracker proudly. "Yes, and what a racket you make," muttered someone from the audience. Yet the show went on delightful and absurd. The puppets sometimes leaned too far beyond the lights because their wires were too long, but no one minded. The doll in the drawer grew so excited that her mended neck burst open again. The money pig, though motionless, was deeply stirred. Such talent, he thought. I must do something noble in return. And so, with great solemnity, he decided that one of the performers should be mentioned in his will to be buried with him in the family vault when his time should come. The idea pleased him immensely. It gave his life a sense of grandeur and importance. The comedy ended in thunderous applause. The toys were so pleased that they forgot all about the tea party, preferring instead to continue their intellectual play, as they called it, pretending to be men and women. There was nothing wicked about it, for after all, it was only a game. Yet even as they played, each thought chiefly of themselves, and some with hidden envy wondered what the money pig might be thinking. But the pig thought only of his will, his burial, and the great solemn day when all his riches would rest with him forever. Alas, that day came sooner than he dreamed. As he pondered these lofty things, a tremor passed through the wardrobe. Perhaps a door slammed. Perhaps the wind stirred. But whatever it was, down fell the proud money pig from his high place. He struck the floor with a crash and shattered into a dozen glittering fragments. Out leapt the coins, clinking and rolling in wild delight. The small copper pennies spun like tiny tops upon the floor. The silver pieces rolled boldly away, exploring corners they had never seen before. One great crown piece, who had always longed to travel, rolled straight under the door and out into the world beyond. Freedom. He seemed to cry as he disappeared. By morning, the nurse swept the broken clay into the dustbin, whispering, "Poor fellow, he was too proud for his shelf." Yet on the very next day, a new money pig was brought home, fresh, unchipped, and beautifully glazed. It took its place upon the same high cupboard. It had no coins within it yet, and therefore, like the old one, it could not rattle. But perhaps it would learn in time that fullness is not the only measure of worth. And thus ended the tale of the proud money pig, a creature who stood high above the rest, yet never learned to look kindly upon what lay below him.